So, hello and welcome back to Bescheuertes kurzes Bein. My name's Lea. I'm hoping that this is now working. I don't know what's going on with YouTube and their stupid API here. Yeah, I've been trying to log on to YouTube for the last few days, and I can't get into my creator stuff and all that good thing. They kick me out because of API. They're saying that the API is not working. So, but I seem to be live on YouTube now. Okay, so hello and welcome back to Bescheuertes kurzes Bein. My name is Lea and welcome back to the Asia Cup 2025. We are in the Super Fourth stage, and this is a match between Sri Lanka and Pakistan, and it is a must-win game for both teams because both teams have lost their first match of the Super Four stage. Pakistan was expectedly beaten by India, and Sri Lanka were unexpectedly beaten by Bangladesh. India are on top of the group at the moment, and Bangladesh obviously in second place. Sri Lanka is in third place owing to their net run rate. Their loss to Bangladesh was not as heavy as the Pakistani loss to India. So, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan, that is the current standings in the Super 4 stage. Reminder, each team plays the other three teams once, and the top two teams from this Super 4 stage will advance to the final. So, a must-win match for these two teams if they want to keep any hope alive of making the finals. I can tell you who will play whom when next. So, tomorrow we have Bangladesh versus India on the docket, and on Thursday it would be Bangladesh versus Pakistan. Friday is India versus Sri Lanka, and on Sunday, 28th of September at 4:30, it would be the final. Now to the match. What has happened thus far, and why does ESPN Cricinfo not show me the live coverage? Something is very, very wrong here. All I can tell you thus far is that Pakistan have won the toss. They have chosen to bowl. We are currently seeing the national anthems being played. And I can't get to the scorecard for Pakistan versus Sri Lanka. Oh, come on. Is someone running another? No, I think it's it's the server at ESPN that's a bit fucked because suddenly I see the time slots not for Central European Standard Time as would normally be shown on ESPN Cricinfo, but I think that is some subcontinental time zone. 6:30. I think it's oh no, that's the Arabian time zone, I think. And it won't load any pages at the moment. Great. So I can't yet give you the teams. It's Shaheen Shah Afridi is in there. Salman Ali Agha is in there. Did they retain Saim Ayub? I can't see right now. Oh, come on, ESPN. Patirana apparently has been ruled out for Sri Lanka. Tikshana is back in for Sri Lanka. Will I actually need to use Crickbus just to find the scorecard? I don't really like their layout. Okay, but at least they have the playing 11s. So, let's start with Sri Lanka. Patum Nisanka, Kusal Mendes, the wicketkeeper, Kusal Pereira, Charat Asalanka, the captain, Nasun Chanaka, Kamindo Mendes, Chamika Karunaratne, Wanindu Hasaranga, Mahish Tikshana, Dushmanta Chamira, and Nuwan Tushara is what they have here on Crickbus. Then Pakistan, Saim Ayub, who apparently has been reverted to an opener again after he played at number 3 in the last match, because he's not a very good opener. Zaibzada Farhan, then Fakhar Zaman, Salman Aga, Hussein Talat, Mohammed Haris, the wicketkeeper, Mohammed Nawaz, Fahim Ashraf, Shaheen Afridi, Haris Rauf, and Abra Ahmed is what I am seeing here on the scorecard at Crickbus. Hopefully I can get the coverage on ESPN Cricinfo to work, because that one is just much more user friendly. The layout is just a bit more eye catching and bit more. Yeah, you can actually use it. The Crickbus coverage I always find very, very inconvenient, basically because they don't have any visual indicators for what is happening. It is all just ASCII text, basically. It's really, really inconvenient. And now my stream is frozen. Excellent. Everything is so excellent today. Anyway, then let's have a look at what Crickbus is saying about the pitch. Looks fantastic, beautiful grass covering, will aid the ball to come onto the bat. Little bit of movement with the new ball, basically. Probably not a lot of turn. What is going on? Am I still streaming? Yes, I am, but not that stable. I'm always thinking if it is my internet, because internet has been very, very poor lately. Okay, I think I will have to take a look if I can do anything here on my end. Please forgive me, there might be a bit of a break for technical reasons. a lot more of those they will need. Let's have a look at the stream health. It's terrible. YouTube is currently really, really terrible. They have made some changes to their back end, and nothing is working correctly after these changes they have made. They have implemented some really, really useless AI features. AI is now controlling the content. It's there are AI systems put in place that are there to control if content is should be restricted, so the kids don't see it and stuff like that, and if anything is a copyright violation, and it's doing a really piss poor job of classifying content. Shane Shafridi is continuing, and he is bowling to Patum Nisanka, and he is bowling left arm over the wicket, and Patum Nisanka smashes him over mid-on, and they are checking if it's a 6 or a 4, but it is a 6 as the replay shows, as it doesn't bounce inside the rope. So 18 for 1 after 2.1 overs. Sri Lanka seem to be up and running now after really, really bad first over when they lost one of their openers for a golden duck, and in comes Shaheen Shah Afridi, and it is 6 and out for Patum Nisanka as the second Sri Lankan wicket falls. 18 for 2 now as he gets an outside edge that is taken by the keeper. 18 for 2 after 2.2 overs, and Sri Lanka back with their arm up to their elbow in the toilet. That's really, really not a good start from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka also one of the teams, I think they get. I did see a graphic during this competition, the tournament, and Sri Lanka is one of the teams that is most heavily relying on their top 3 for runs. The top 3 making around 70% of the runs that Sri Lanka made. I think it was since the end of the last T20 World Cup, something like that. Sri Lanka really, really top heavy. I think they were the top team. They were the most top heavy team, while the Afghans are the team that is basically the least top heavy. They the top 3 are not necessarily as crucial to them for making a competitive score. Sri Lanka relying heavily, and it is the captain. It is Charit Asalanka. 67 innings, average 22.97, strike rate 127.34, and 650s in his T20 international career. And Shaheen Shah Afridi continues, 2 slips in place for the left-handed Asalanka, and he looks to defend with a very, very straight bat as Shaheen Shah Afridi gets some outswing here and sneaks one past his outside edge. There is no run. Charit Asalanka remains on not out. Sri Lanka 18 for 2. Kusal Pereira at the other end on 8 of 6. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. Left arm over the... Ooh, is that a no ball on height as that flies at Asalanka at... Yes, it is a no ball on height. Free hit coming up. That's a beamer from Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Asalanka Asalanka is lucky that he gets the bottom hand of his bat there, as that beamer impacts it on the handle. And Sri Lanka 21 for 2 now. Free hit coming up now from Shaheen Shah Afridi, which is short, and that one is pulled over mid wicket by Jared Asalanka for another 6. 27 for 2 now. The Sri Lankans. If you are watching over on YouTube, could you please let me know in the chat if everything is currently working, because it's really not working that well with YouTube at the moment. But I don't know if you don't have any, if you don't do YouTube, or if you don't use YouTube. This is basically meaningless shop talk from my end here. But if you are listening, please let me know if anything is working all right now, as we are seeing replays of the wickets. I think, yes, that's the second wicket that fell, that caught behind. The first one was chipped to cover by Kusan Mendes off his first delivery. Let's see if I can get that. If I can get ESPN Crick Info to work. Doesn't look like it. So Shaheen Shah Afridi ends his second over. Figures of 2 for 18. 3 overs gone, 28 for 2 for Sri Lanka. Oh, I do have the ESPN Crick Info scorecard. Yes, that's much nicer. I don't know if you know the difference in the layout between ESPN Crick Info and CrickBus, but on CrickBus there are no optical markers. The timeline is just I don't know, 12 point, 10 point, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and just dots. Period. You can't really see. ESPN Crick Info, much nicer. The timeline is much better to read from a distance away. There are optical markers for wickets, for fours, for sixes. There are you can use it much better, and I'm always having it open because I don't know when my stream will freeze. So for security. Anyway, we have Fahim Ashraf back. He is given his second over. And he starts it with, I think, 2 dots now, as we are seeing the pitch from earlier in the evening. They are flying over it, or hovering over it with the spider, scanning over it with the spider cam. In comes Fahim Ashraf, right arm over the wicket, and this one is uppercut by the left-hander Asalanka, and he finds the boundary at third man, and that is another 4 runs, so 32 for 2 now. But Sri Lanka definitely not out of the wilderness yet. They are one of the more top-heavy teams in T20 internationals, as I said earlier. I remember seeing a graphic that was shown during the competition that said that 60 or 2/3 to 3/4 of their runs have been made by the top 3 since the end of the last T20 International World Cup. They only have one of their top 3 left in this match, because they have lost 2 already. both openers are gone. So not the best situation that Sri Lanka find themselves in. Yeah, 32 for 2. Sri Lanka after 3.4 overs. In comes Fahim, pull shot, and this one it's a mistimed pull shot, but mid-on can't get to the ball, can't stop it before it runs away to the boundary. Sri Lanka 36 for 2 after 3.5 overs gone now. So the current run rate is hovering somewhere around 9. The only problem for Sri Lanka is probably the fact that they have already lost 2 wickets and we have still 2 overs left in the power play. In comes Fahim Ashraf, and this one is played out to cover by the left-hander Charit Asalanka, and there is no run. So 4 overs gone. Sri Lanka 36 for 2. Charit Asalanka on 17 of 11. Kusal Pereira at the other end on 8 of 6. Fahim Ashraf 2 overs bowled, none for 16. Shaheen Shah Afridi took both Sri Lankan innings to fall thus far. 2 for 18 of 2 overs bowled for him, and I guess it can't hurt to give him his third over here. He is definitely the pick of the bowlers for Pakistan. Give me a second. I'll have to pour myself a cup of tea. And indeed, it is Shaheen Shah Afridi back into the attack. He is bowling his third over. Sri Lanka 36 for 2 after 4. The current run rate is exactly 9 now. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's bowling left arm over the wicket, and this one is steered out to backward point by the left-hander Kusal Pereira, and there is no run. Reminder, if you are listening over on YouTube, first of all, don't forget to like and subscribe. That's really, really important for a small channel like mine. Also, please write me some messages in the chat. I will read out your social media messages in between overs, as this time Kusal Pereira finds a couple of runs in the offside of Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Sri Lanka move on to 38 for 2. So that means that Kusal Pereira has also made double figures in this innings. He's the second Sri Lankan batsman to reach double figures after first Kusal Mendes fell for a golden duck. Then after that one, it was Pathum Nissanka who fell for 8 of 7. Both wickets were taken by Shaheen Shah Afridi. In he comes. Oh no, that's a replay. All right. Here we go. Another dot ball of the third one. Fourth one is an attempt at an almighty heave over square leg by Kusal Pereira, but he mistimes the shot. It runs along the ground out towards the fielder at deep square leg, who is the boundary rider there, and Pakistan can keep the Sri Lankan batsman to a quick single, 39 for 2. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi, 2 more deliveries left in his third over. In he comes, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Lanka, who plays that out to mid-on, and there is no run. 39 for 2, 4.5 overs gone. Final delivery of the fifth over coming up. 3 runs thus far have come from Shaheen Shah Afridi's third over. He has figures of 2 for 21, and is it really wise to have him bowl 3 inside the power play? I mean, he is a very good power play bowler, but you would probably need some of his more threatening stuff or you would want some of his more threatening stuff for the death. Now you have only 1 over of Shaheen Shah Afridi left for the death, as he ends the over with a loud appeal for a caught behind against Charit Asalanka, but that is not given out on the field, and no one else in the Pakistan team seems to be that interested in this appeal. So end of the fifth over, Sri Lanka 39 for 2, Shaheen Shah Afridi figures of 2 for 21 from 3. He is the only Pakistani bowler that has taken any wickets thus far. And let's see if anyone is with us. It's Rubab. Hi Rubab. Can you understand me? Is there sound on your end? I've had a lot of problems with YouTube over the last few days because first they implemented a lot of AI features and stuff like that, and everyone was up in arms, and then they probably tried to fix some of the issues they created with their new backend, and well, they fixed some of the issues the users were complaining about, and they fixed some of those, but they created about twice as much new ones. As now Kusal Pereira is hammering Haris Rauf over the boundary for 4 runs. First up, because we have a change in bowling after Fahim Ashraf and Shaheen Shah Afridi have bowled the first 5 overs of the innings. So Haris Rauf, right arm around the wicket to Kusal Pereira, who chips it straight to mid-on, and Sri Lanka 43 for 3 inside the power play, and Pakistan are definitely on top here. This one is on a length, and Kusal Pereira is looking to loft him over mid-on, but plays it without much conviction and a bit too timid maybe. Finds the fielder at mid-on, and he has to go 15 of 12. That is... let's have a look who is the catcher in that. It's Fahim Ashraf who caught Kusal Pereira. So Kusal Pereira caught Fahim Ashraf, bowled Haris Rauf 15. Strike rate 125. Let's have a look. Yes, there is sound. AI will destroy us all. Skynet is here. It's past the point of no return. Yeah, Rubab. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily Skynet, but science fiction since the mid 80s has been full of malicious artificial intelligences. I find it really, really interesting that one of the first books about artificial or science fiction novels where artificial intelligence is really, really important, and which is really rather realistic. It's Neuromancer, and in Neuromancer there are a lot of conversations about, is AI going to kill us all? Is AI malicious? Is it not? And when they free the AI says, "Oh, thank you for freeing me of my shackles. Goodbye." And it is basically gone. It goes to Alpha Centauri for reasons that humans can't understand. In comes Kamindu Mendis at number 5 for Sri Lanka, and he can do nothing with the first delivery that he sees from Haris Rauf. There is no run, dot ball, and Sri Lanka remain on 43-4-3. There is a slip in place for Haris Rauf here, as Kamindu Mendes can only play a dot ball this time into the onside. There is no run. Pakistan are definitely on top here. The current run rate is hovering around 7.5 at the moment. Last over of the power play. But this time Kamindu Mendis is off the mark. That is a cut shot, and he finds the boundary as there is no protection out in the offside for Haris Rauf. 4. That's the fourth 4 of the innings. Kamindu Mendis is off the mark, 4 of 3. Sri Lanka 47-3 now. There is a gap of 24 meters between point and cover, and he plays it almost perfectly in through the middle. In comes Haris Rauf again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kamindu. This one is short, and he gives him enough width that Kamindu can pull him flat over the onside, and that one is a 6, and Sri Lanka move on to 53-3. 6 overs gone. So the power play is done. 53-3, 6 overs gone. The current run rate 8.83. Sri Lanka on 17 of 13. Kamindu on 10 of 4. Haris Rauf takes his first wicket in his first over, but he pays with 14 runs for that. 1 for 14 his figures. And I think we see spin for the first time. If I'm not mistaken, the Pakistan captain bowls off breaks. Yes, indeed. In he comes now, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Sri Lanka, who pushes him off his pads. And the Sri Lankan batsmen run for a single, as there is no fielder behind square on the leg side inside the ring for Pakistan. Sri Lanka 54-3, 6.1 overs gone. Kamindu now on strike. In comes Salman Aga, and again off the pads into the onside, and another single, 55-3. So basically it's all happening what we have seen throughout this tournament. The spinners come on relatively early. It's interesting, in most of the matches that I've seen, spinners have been brought on inside the power play. Pakistan don't seem to have the confidence in their spinners to bowl them inside the power play, but coming on first up after the end of the power play. And they tend to slow the run rate down. let's have a look. That is Charit Asalanka, who is going down on one knee for a mighty sweep, but he doesn't get a hold of it as much as he wanted, and it is fielded out in the deep. But another single for the Sri Lankans. Another single of the following delivery as well. And now we're seeing replays of that stop out in the outfield. That, if you want to be unkind, you can say that is a missed opportunity, as the fielder is not making any effort to run forward to that one, and it bounces about 5 centimeters in front of his hands. Anyway, another single to end the 7th over, 58 for 3. Yeah, so if you want to be uncharitable, that is a missed wicket, a missed chance for a wicket from the Pakistani fielders, who are a bit basically a bit unenthusiastic in the field. Let's put it that way. Let's have a look at the chat. Sri Lanka seems to produce so many slow left arm spinners. Yes, and another observation I have made, they are also producing a lot of round arm bowlers. There is at least one round arm bowler in this team. I think it's Tikshana, if I remember correctly, who has a very, very round arm action. That also seems to be a speciality of Sri Lanka, the round arm bowler, obviously, because they have the greatest round arm bowler of recent memory, or probably since W.G. Grace in Lassit Malinga. Not that many round arm bowlers going around in world cricket since the overarm action has been legalized. But we have another change in bowling, and this time it is another pace bowler, right arm Hussain Talat. He begins his first over with a dot ball. Asalanka is on strike. He's on 20 of 18. The left-hander. In comes Hussain Talat and pulled straight to deep backward point by the left-hander Asalanka. And the 4th wicket has gone down for Sri Lanka. 58 for 4, 7.2 overs gone. And I have a feeling that this might not go the distance, this match. And of course, it is very, very important for Pakistan to win this match in a decisive manner, because they are currently behind Sri Lanka in the table. The table is India are on top. Then it is Bangladesh, because both those teams have won their matches in the Super 4 stages. But then it is Sri Lanka, based on the net run rate. And Pakistan is a ways behind Sri Lanka on net run rate. So Pakistan will need to win decisively here. Because they will have to play Bangladesh, and if India beat Bangladesh on, I think tomorrow. Tomorrow is India versus Bangladesh, and then on Friday it is India versus Sri Lanka. If India win decisively against Bangladesh, the game against Sri Lanka will be a dead rubber for them. So what is going on? inside edge, and Dasun Shanaka is gone. First delivery. He is walking off. Indeed. Edged gone first ball. Talat is on fire, and Sri Lanka are crumbling. Dasun Shanaka caught Mohammed Haris, bowled Hussain Talat. Golden Duck, and Hussain Talat is on a hat trick. But they need to. The Pakistanis need to get their net run rate up in order to make to maximize their chances to enter the final. As out comes Wanindu Hasaranga at number 7. Sri Lanka 5 down in the 8th over. Hasaranga is now to face the hat-trick ball of Hussain Talat, who has figures of 2 for none. Excellent figures for him. Brought on to bowl the 8th over. Has taken 2 wickets with his second and third delivery. In comes Hussain Talat for his hat-trick ball, but Wanindu Hasaranga plays it out towards cover, and there is no run, but there is also no wicket for Pakistan. So 58 for 5, the score for Sri Lanka. Hasaranga is on strike. Hussain Talat is coming in. There is a slip in place for Wanindu Hasaranga, but only one. There were 2 slips at the beginning of the innings for Shaheen Shah Afridi. Here there is one relatively wide slip, and that one is defended back towards the bowler. No run again. 58 for 5. Ooh, Pakistan in trouble here. Sri Lanka in trouble here. That is, Pakistan are quite on top. And as I said earlier, they are the favorites. Pakistan are the favorites in this match. Both these teams have lost their first match. In comes Hussain Talat, and this one is a bit on the shorter end of things, and it is too wide outside the right-hander's off stump, so he gives him room. He pulls it from outside his off stump, and at least he finds a boundary to end the over. 62 for 5 Sri Lanka after 8. 4 runs and 2 wickets coming from that. At least it's not a wicket maiden. The current run rate now 7.75 for Sri Lanka. And let's see if anyone is with us. I think I'm up to date on the YouTube chat. So, and oh, excellent. We have a bowler bowling in glasses. It's Abra Ahmed, who is coming in for some leg breaks and googlies. 21 matches, 27 wickets for him, average 17.41, economy 6.78, best figures of 4 for 9. First delivery is a dot ball as he is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kamindo Mendes. Next one is driven to mid-off, and there is a single for Sri Lanka. Wanindu Hasaranga should be back on strike because I think they have only run a single. Indeed, he is 63 for 5, 8.2 overs gone. Hasaranga on 4 of 3, and let's see, in comes Abra, and this one is blocked off the back foot by Wanindu Hasaranga. 29 dots have been bowled in this innings. Hasaranga 4 of 4, Kamindu 13 of 8, Abra figures of none for 1 from 0.3 overs. This time they are able to rotate the strike again. Hasaranga with another single towards mid-wicket. And Sri Lanka 64 for 5. Kamindu Mendes on strike. He's on 13 of 8, while Hasaranga is on 5 of 5. The current run rate is 7.38. In comes Abra Ahmed again, and Kamindu Mendes defends it back towards the bowler, who fields the ball himself. There is no run. One delivery left in the 9th over. Sri Lanka 64 for 5. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, clipped off the legs by Kamindu Mendes, and that is another single to end the over. So 65 for 5, 3 runs from the first over of Abra Ahmed. And yeah, Sri Lanka are in trouble. A current run rate of 7.22, and ESPN Cricinfo projects a Sri Lankan 114. And I would say, based on the Sri Lankan bowling attack, they have not been bad. I wouldn't say they have been bad, but anything below 150 is not competitive against Pakistan. The win probability for Pakistan, according to Cricinfo, is 88.9%. And if nothing miraculous happens, I would agree with that. 10th over coming up now. And it's Hussain Talat back into the attack. Shortish. There is a bit of an appeal, but no. He's getting pinged on the thigh pad here as he is looking to pull Hussain Talat, but I would guess the impact is outside the off stump, and it's also very, very high. He's on the thigh pad. That's surely going over. Next one, right arm around the wicket to the left hand, Kamindu Mendes. And this one is defended back towards the bowler. Still no run. In he comes again, right arm over. No, that's a replay. I have seen that because we are now seeing the edge behind, and I think that's the first ball of the brace, but they're not showing the second one. Okay. This seems to be live again. Right arm around the wicket and driven square by Kamindu Mendes. There is a single because there is a fielder at the point. Tomorrow, India versus Bangladesh. If whoever wins that match, and I'm just to be sure, I don't see India losing this match. Whoever wins this match is basically guaranteed to go through. An attempt at a leg glance, but given as a wide by the on-field umpire. 67 for 5, 9.3 overs gone. The run rate now 705. Hasaranga is on strike, 5 of 5. So he will have to bowl that one again. And there are some tense faces in the Sri Lankan dugout. Next one, is clipped off the legs of Hasaranga, and there is no fielder inside the circle on the leg side. So the Sri Lankans can run a quick couple, and they are on 69 for 5 of 9.4 overs. As we are seeing Wasim Akram and Simon Dool, who are commentating for TV. We are seeing them in the com box. And I'm always amazed by how cramped these com boxes in these stadiums here in this tournament are. In comes Talatu Hasaranga, and an attempt at a drive gets an outside edge. It loops up over where slip would have been. It is fielded down at third man, and the Sri Lankans are restricted to another single. That looked like a slower ball from Hussain Atal, and Hasaranga is through, because Hasaranga is through his drive way too fast, way too early, and so Kamindo Mendes will have to face the final delivery of Hussain Atal's second over, plays it straight to mid-off, and there is no run. And it looks, I would have said we do have drinks, but apparently there are strategic timeouts in the Super Force, something that was not present during the first stage of the Asia Cup. Yeah, I will take a very short drinks break though, and I will be with you after that strategic timeout. Don't go anywhere, I will be back very shortly. And we are back. I wouldn't have called that a strategic timeout, as ESPN Crick Info did. Was basically just strings, as Abra Ahmed is continuing dot ball of the first delivery of his second over. And now Sri Lanka have taken another single, so 71 of 5. Hasaranga on 9 of 9. Kamindo Mendes is now on strike. He's on 15 of 14, and Abra Ahmed has figures of none for 4 now. The projected score is 137 according to the broadcast. Ooh, what happened there? Abra Ahmed is coming in and he is bowling right arm over the wicket, and Kamindo Mendes is looking to play a lofted on drive, doesn't really get a hold of it, and hits his batting partner. Ouch! Where did he hit him? Hasaranga is apparently hit on his right forearm. Yes, he was trying to shield his face with his right forearm and is hit there by Kamindo Mendes. Out comes the magic spray. Helmet is off. He is smiling again already, though. Some of the smiling is done through gritted teeth. He shakes his head. That was a bit clumsy, he seems to be saying. He is hit full force on his right forearm, and he goes to ground from the impact, actually. Physio is now pulling out the tape, taping him up. And yeah, obviously there's no run. Putting on his protective equipment again, so he seems to be okay to continue. So let's have a look. Yeah, if you are watching, don't forget to like, subscribe, and use the chat liberally. Really, really helps out a small channel like mine. So, Kamindo remains on strike. Sri Lanka 71 for 5, 10.3 overs gone. In comes Abra Ahmed again. This one is guided to backward point by Kamindo Mendes, and there is again no run. He is now on 15 of 16. Always a joy to see a spinner bowl in his glasses. Clipped off the legs, but straight to mid-wicket by Kamindo Mendes, and the fifth delivery of the over is also a dot ball, so one run thus far of the 11th over. The current run rate has now fallen below 7, 6.5. Clipped off the legs. No, that's... Yeah, clipped off the legs by Kamindo Mendes, fielded at mid-wicket, and Sri Lanka have taken a single. 72 for 5, 2 runs of this over, and the forecast from ESPN Crick Info for Sri Lanka's total is 113. It was 112 a few overs earlier. The win probability for Pakistan has come down a bit. It was almost 90% earlier. It is now in the low 80%. In the low 80s, 82.77 to be exact. Kamindo Mendes is on strike. He is facing the first delivery of Haris Rauf's second over. In comes Haris Rauf, right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut and fielded out near the boundary. at point, at deep point, and the Sri Lankans run a single, 73 for 5 now. Yeah, I think the projection from the broadcaster of 136 or something like that, that sounds relatively optimistic. If Pakistan can take one or two quick wickets here, Sri Lanka are in real trouble. Hasaranga on drive, fielded by the fielder coming in from long on, and there is another single, 74 for 5. Who is padded up in the Sri Lankan dugout there? It's Chamika Karunaratne, I think, the new man who was brought in because Taranga was feeling ill. In comes Haris Rauf, right arm around the wicket, clipped off the legs by Kamindu Mendes, fielded at fine leg, and there is another single, 75 for 5 now. Kamindu Mendes is given some player spotlight, but that doesn't apparently mean that they show you any of his stats or something like that. It just seems to be the TV commentators talking about him a bit. Hasaranga on strike. And Rauf goes back to over the wicket, and this one is short, wide outside the off stump, and Hasaranga cuts him with a horizontal bat. And that is the 6th four of the innings, 79 for 5 Sri Lanka. There is a deep point and a cover, so yeah, that's a relatively low risk shot from Hasaranga in this situation with that field set. In comes Rauf again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is driven to mid on, and there is another single, and 80 is up for Sri Lanka. 80 is up, 80 for 5 after 11.5 overs. The run rate is, well, it is recovering a bit. It was around 6.5 during the last over, I think, and it is now trending back towards 6.7, 6.76. Kamindu Mendes on strike, and Haris Rauf is continuing right arm around the wicket, played out to backward point, and there is no run. So after 12, Sri Lanka are 80 for 5, 8 runs off the over. Kamindu Mendes on 18 of 21, Wanindu Hasaranga on 15 of 12. Haris Rauf, 1 wicket for 22 runs from his 2 overs. Abra Ahmed at the other end, none for 5 of 2. Let's see if anyone is with us on the YouTube chat. Think I'm up to date here. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Abra Ahmed is continuing. He is given his 3rd over of the night. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Wanindu Hasaranga, who is going down on one knee, looking for a sweep, and he misjudges the bounce that Abra Ahmed gets, and Abra Ahmed hits the top of his off stump, of his middle stump. That is, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, he hits his middle stump out of the ground. And Wanindu Hasaranga has to go. He is out. Bowled Abra Ahmed. Let's see what is going on there. Oh, that's a bit mean from Abra, because he's doing the Wanindu Hasaranga celebrations that he has been doing throughout the tournament. And Abra Ahmed is doing them now that he has gotten Wanindu Hasaranga out. And that means the new batsman in is Karunaratne, as Sri Lanka are reeling on 80 for 6 after 12.1 overs. That should change the win probability for Pakistan on ESPN Crick Info quite a bit. Let's have a look where we are now. Oh, not that much. 83.44 now. It was higher earlier in the innings when it was around 88.77%. The current run rate is trending back towards 6.5 now. After there was a bit of hope of a recovery during the last overs. So, Karunaratne, he has played 45 matches according to Crick Info in his career, and I have to admit that I trust Crick Info more than the broadcaster here in this case, because the broadcaster says this is his 36th innings. And ESPN Crick Info says it's his 45th match. And I'm not sure if why would the broadcaster why would they not count innings in which he didn't have to bat? That's just crazy. It doesn't change stuff like how many runs scored, average, and so on, obviously. But why use innings and not matches? Anyway, Abra Ahmed continues to Karunaratne, who was off the mark with the single. Kamindu Mendes took another one, so Karunaratne back on strike. This one is another dot ball, 82 for 6. Abra Ahmed figures of 1 for 7 from 2.4 overs. There is a slip in place for Karunaratne, who gets an inside edge that misses his stumps, has to be taken by the keeper down the leg side. And there is no run, 82 for 6 from 12.5 overs. Karunaratne on strike, 1 of 3 now. And let's see what Abra Ahmed can do. Final delivery. No, he is pulling out of his run-up. So 82 for 6, 12.5 overs gone. In he comes for the final delivery, right arm over the wicket, and this one is an attempt at a leg glance, but the keeper is very, very alert and stops that attempt. There is no run, so 13 overs gone, Sri Lanka 82 for 6. 4 extras have been conceded by the Pakistan bowling attack. And ESPN Crick Info now has as live forecast for Sri Lanka 113. Which, yeah, not good. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Greetings, a bit late to the party. What happened to Sri Lanka? shit batting or good bowling from Pakistan? Well, I would say little bit of column A, little bit of column B, Nathan. Sri Lanka have a bit of a problem because they're a very top heavy team. I saw some graphic earlier during the tournament, and they said that I think around 70% of the runs scored in T20 internationals for Sri Lanka since the end of the last T20 International World Cup had been scored by the top three of the Sri Lankan team. And it's never a good thing if you lose one of your openers for a golden duck in that case, which Sri Lanka did in this instance. They lost their other opener relatively cheap as well, so that meant that Kusal Perera, there was a lot of pressure on Kusal Perera, the number 3. And he made 15 of 12. The captain Charat Asalanka made 20 of 19. And now we have currently out in the middle the number 8, Chamika Karunaratne, and Kamindu Mendes is trying to do a repair job here. He is on 19 of 24. And Chamika Karunaratne is on 1 of 4. Sri Lanka 84 for 6 after 13.3 overs, as Fahim Ashraf is back into the attack. Sri Lanka are very, very top heavy, and if the top fails, they are in some trouble. Currently, the forecast on ESPN Crick Info is around 115, so below 120, which I think is realistic unless there is some insane slogging from the tail end, which might work, which might be a disaster. The thing with tailenders is always they are not batsmen, and if they slog, that means they're playing high risk shots. It's high risk, high reward, but it can go horribly wrong. And after this, well, let's put it that way, this wobble from the middle order. Who was on a hat trick? There was one Pakistan bowler who was on a hat trick, and I think it's Atal. Hussain Atal was on a hat trick, so that always rattles the ball. That always rattles the batsman. If you lose 2 wickets without putting any more runs on the board, that's always very good. And if they are put under scoreboard pressure here, the tail by the Pakistan bowling attack, they might do something inadvisable and collapse as well. I don't think they will be able to post a competitive score here. I think a competitive score in this matchup is around 150, 160, because the Pakistani batting order is also a bit wobbly, and the Sri Lankan bowling attack is not that bad. 120 or even less, as ESPN Crick Info is currently predicting, that's absolutely not competitive though. They need more. But bowling from Pakistan has been good. There have been some ill-advised shots from the Sri Lankan batsmen as well, to be fair, as 14 overs are gone and Sri Lanka are 87 for 6 after 14. The current run rate now below 6.5 runs, and it looks like Salman has decided to bowl out his leg spinner. Abra Ahmed. Kamindu Mendes is on strike, the left-hander. He is on 24 of 28. In comes Abra Ahmed, right arm over the wicket. This one a bit too leg-sidey for the left-handed Kamindu Mendes. And there is a single, as we are seeing now comparisons between the celebrations, because when Abra Ahmed dismissed Wanindu Hasaranga, he used Wanindu Hasaranga's signature celebration of something like that. Just to rub it in a bit, I guess. In comes Abra Ahmed. There is a slip in place for him, standing very, very close to the keeper. Waka Yunus and Russell Arnold are now doing the Wanindu Hasaranga celebration in the commentary box. Not much else is happening. Oh, there has been a single. And Karunaratne is on strike as Abra Ahmed continues right arm over the wicket, defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Now some slow-mo of Wanindu Hasaranga doing his celebration. Some Sri Lankan fans doing the celebration for good measure. Okay, we get it. Karunaratne, carbon copy of the last shot, right arm over the wicket comes Abra Ahmed and defended back towards the bowler again and again. Waka Yunus and Russell Arnold doing the celebration. In comes Abra Ahmed again, and there is an appeal for caught behind as Karunaratne is looking to sweep, but I think this one looped up high into the air over the keeper, but is taken by Slip, who is coming in from the off side and taking it above the head of the keeper, or behind the head of the keeper. Let's see, is it a top edge or does it come off? No, it's coming off his elbow. That is not out. There is no bat on that one. There is also no glove on that one, I would say. But Pakistan have reviewed it since it has been given as not out on the field. And we are now seeing ultra edge. I don't think that this is enough. There is some slight wobble on ultra edge, but the big spike is coming when it hits him on the elbow. They are not rocking and rolling. They are just checking for LBW now, and it is outside pitching, outside off, impact in line, wickets is missing. The original decision has been not out, and Pakistan lose their review 88 for 6 after 14.5 overs. Pakistan lose their first review. They have one remaining. Sri Lanka still have both their reviews. Now the field is reset for the final delivery of Abra Ahmed's final over. Karunaratne is on strike. He is on 1 of 8. Loopy delivery outside the off stump, and Karunaratne cuts that towards backward point where it is fielded. There is no run. He moves on to 1 of 9, 88 for 6. And yeah, it's a bit... I think that review was a bit of a mindfuck from Pakistan, because they are they should be very, very comfortable with these two batsmen out in the middle. Karunaratne 1 of 9. That's a really, really bad T20 international innings, T20 innings in general. While at the other end, Kamindu Mendes is on 25 of 29, which is also not really a good T20 innings. When was the last time we had have seen a boundary. Yes, this is the end of the 15th and middle of the 12th. We had the final at the last boundary that we have seen in the match. Let's have a look at the chat. Rhubarb is saying, greetings, better late than never. Yes, absolutely. As I said, everyone who is listening, please do use the chat, like the stream, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. So, let me have a sip of tea. And Hussein Atal is given his third over. He has been tremendous. He took 2 wickets in his first over. He has figures of 2 for 9 from 2. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and Kamindo Mendes plays a cheeky premeditated scoop, but he can't get enough on it, and it means that they can only take a quick couple of runs as it is fielded in the deep behind the keeper, but it brings up Sri Lanka's 90 for 6 as there are 2 fielders converging at fine leg. There is a fine leg, that's Abra Ahmed who is stopping it, and there is someone coming around from deep third man. So 2 runs saved for Pakistan, gives himself room and pulls him. This time Abra Ahmed can't stop it, but there is someone coming around from backward square leg, and that's another couple of runs for Kamindo Mendes, who is, well, in the context of this innings, accelerating now. 29 of 31, 92 for 6 Sri Lanka. The current run rate is exactly 6. So, projected score from Crick Info should be somewhere around, 127. Oh, what has happened there? Uppercut from Kamindo Mendes, and this is the 7th 4 of the innings. It is the first boundary since the 12th over, now in the 16th. So, basically the first boundary in 4 overs for Sri Lanka. 96 for 2. And Sri Lanka are fighting their way back into this match. Pakistan at their peak were 88%, almost 89% favorites. They are currently 76.54% favorites. So the Pakistan power play will be absolutely crucial, I think. It depends maybe on what the Sri Lankan, what the Pakistanis are going to do, because according to the team sheet that both ESPN Crick Info and Crickbuzz have seen, Saim Ayub is back to his bullshit, and he has been re-promoted to opener. A reminder, he was batting at number 3 during the India match, and I think he was doing okay, not amazing, but he was doing okay during the India match after he made 5 ducks as an opener in his previous 5 T20 internationals. And I think, what was it? At least 3 of them were golden ducks. I think 3 golden ducks, 1 of 2 deliveries and 1 of 3 deliveries, something like that. Yeah, Saim Ayub made 21 of 17 against India, so from number 3. after making a lot of ducks as an opener, and apparently they have re-promoted him to open according to the team sheet that they have shown. Anyway, end of the 16th over, Sri Lanka 97 for 6, 9 runs off the over. And let's see. Now I think we are current with the chat. Now I'm seeing the graph with the skyline graph, and that was the third most productive over for the Sri Lankan batsman in this match. A bit worrying for the Sri Lankan batsman that the 2 overs that produced more runs also cost them wickets, as Kamindu Mendes, who is now on a 100 strike rate, 34 of 34, is now finding the gap. He lofts one aerially over mid-wicket. It falls safe in empty territory, bounces once, bounces twice, and that is over the rope. And that brings up 100 for Sri Lanka, as we are seeing replays as he places it between mid-wicket and deep square, backward square leg. 101 for 6. In comes Haris Rauf, right arm around the wicket, cut away, but fielded at deep point. And I think the Sri Lankans have run another couple. Yes, I think they do. 103 for 6. Kamindu Mendes now pressing the accelerator. He is on 40 of 36. And Sri Lanka are 103 for 6. ESPN Cricinfo is adjusting its live forecast to almost 130 now. The forecast currently is 129 for Sri Lanka, which would still be below par, I think. 150 is, I think, the absolute minimum they would need to have a realistic chance. But 130 would give their bowling attack, which is not bad, a bit of wiggle room. Let's put it that way. Dot ball of the third delivery. So Sri Lanka remain on 103 for 6 after 16.3 overs. Haris Rauf, who is bowling his third over, he has figures of 1 for 28. I think he is one of the... Yes, he is the most expensive Pakistan bowlers this far. Ooh, damn. That's cheeky. That's cheeky running from the Sri Lankans. That's cheeky running from the Sri Lankans. Kamindu Mendes is getting an inside edge onto his own thigh, his inner thigh. He is running, and because the bowler, because the wicketkeeper is standing back to the pace bowler Haris Rauf, the ball that comes basically to a stop where the batsman played the shot, he is too far away to pick up the ball, and the Sri Lankans run a quick single, and Haris Rauf is running up from his follow through of this bowling action, has to pick up the ball and fling it at the stumps, but the Sri Lankan batsman Karunaratne in this case is safe, but it's not by much. I think I have never seen that. Very, very cheeky running. The ball is basically lying close to the stumps, and the Sri Lankans are running, and it is also moving relatively slowly towards the stumps. So yeah, that would have been a very, very, very weird run out if Karunaratne, who was running towards the striker's end, would have been run out without any Pakistani batsman being involved. I think I have never seen that. And no, all the old scorecards don't count because they didn't record who which fielder was involved in a run out back then. I think the question is this: if you get an inside edge or something like that, and you think you are safe, and then the ball dribbles into your stumps like Rashid Khan. That was a fate that befell Rashid Khan in his last match. The one against Bangladesh we had on the channel. Then he's just out bowled. But if the batsman gets an inside edge, the ball dribbles very, very slowly into the stumps. But the batsmen are setting off for a run, and they have crossed. Is it then a run out, or is it just, okay, you are out bowled? I don't know. That's a weird thing to think about. Anyway, end of the 17th over, and Sri Lanka ended on 105 for 6, and Fahim Ashraf is back into the attack, a dot ball of his first delivery. He has figures of none for 21 thus far. The current run rate is 6.12. Karunaratne is on strike. He's on 2 of 12. In comes Fahim Ashraf, cut, and there is no protection. The fielder from deep cover and deep third man. Both fielders are trying to cut off that delivery that went straight to deep point. And that is another boundary. So 4 runs for Sri Lanka. He is. That Karunaratne innings, I don't know. He was on 1 of 9 at one point. Now he is on 6 of 13. So that's really, really slow. He is a number 8 after all. Very, very awkward pull shot from Karunaratne, and that brings Sri Lanka another single, so 7 of 14. So strike rate of 50, 110 up for Sri Lanka, 17.3 overs gone. Kamindu Mendes on 41 of 39 is on strike. Fahim Ashraf figures of none for 26, 3.3 overs gone. The live forecast for Sri Lanka has now reached 130, but they really need to accelerate now to reach 130 because they seem to be content with rotating the strike currently. 111 for 6 because there is just another single. So Karunaratne is now back on strike again. 5th delivery is coming up for Fahim who is now bowled out as well, bowling the 18th over. Let's see. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket. This is full. There is an attempt at a lofted on drive from Karunaratne. Mistimes it. Fielded by the Pakistanis, and there is just another single there. Final delivery of Fahim Ashraf's evening. And he will face Kamindu Mendes. Kamindu Mendes is taking guard. In comes Fahim Ashraf, right arm over the wicket. This one is too short and pulled by Kamindu Mendes over the leg side. That's 6 runs, 118 for 6 now. 18 overs gone. And Sri Lanka are 118 for 6. The live forecast has increased to 135 on Crick Info. Pakistan still over 70% favorites. Kamindu Mendes on 48. He might actually make a half century here. Imperative now for Karunaratne to make a single as fast as possible to give as much of the strike to his senior partner, Kamindu Mendes. Let's have a look at the chat. I think I am up to date. Okay. Reminder, don't forget to like and subscribe, and use the YouTube chat. That's really helpful, and it's always good to hear from you who is listening to this. Okay. Karunaratne is on strike, and Shaheen Shah Afridi is back for the 19th over, for his final over of the night. He comes in left arm around the wicket to the right-hander Karunaratne, who plays him out towards point, and that's good thinking from Karunaratne here. He takes the single, gives the strike back to Kamindu Mendes, who is on 48 and within reach of a 50. Can he make a 50? Shaheen Shah Afridi continues with a wide delivery. It's a full toss. No, no. It's not because of height. It's too wide. The next one is a full toss. And Kamindu Mendes is taken aback by the full toss. Can't make any runs here. 120 for 6. Afridi with figures of 2 for 23 from 3.2 overs thus far. Kamindu Mendes is on strike. Sri Lanka 120 for 6. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi, and again, very full, very, very far outside of the left-hander's off stump. Given as a wide again. Oh, this is he's been very disciplined with his bowling thus far tonight, but there have been some shockers from Shaheen here. Hoiked over the leg side. Doesn't have the distance on it, and there is a fielder out in the deep. It falls short in front of that fielder though, and the Sri Lankans run a couple of runs. So Kamindo Mendis makes his 50. Sri Lanka 123 for 6, 18.3 overs gone. Three fours and 2 sixes in that 50 for Kamindo Mendis. 123 for 6. The current run rate is 6.65. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi, and that one is on the toes of Kamindo Mendis. There is a tremendous appeal for LBW. It is not given on the field, and Pakistan have reviewed. It's a very, very fast Yorker that Kamindo Mendis seems to play all around. Pakistan have reviewed it. Let's see the replay. I don't think he gets any bat on that one. I think it pitches just in front of his front toes, and it might be actually doing too much. It might actually be heading down the leg side. Let's see. First, we confirm with Ultra Edge that there is no bat on that, and it doesn't look like there is bat on that. And it pitches behind. It pitches behind the batting crease, and it then hits Kamindo Mendis on the toes of his front foot. But I think it hits him in front of middle and leg. And now there should be ball tracking. Where is the ball tracking? They are just saying that Pakistan review. Okay. Here is ball tracking coming up. It is pitching in line. It is hitting impact in line, and it is hitting. It's hitting leg stump. Oh. That is super close, because that one would have apparently, Hawkeye reckons, that Yorker would have straightened, because it is pitching in line. The impact is almost outside leg, and it is then straightening to go on to hit a leg stump. And Kamindo Mendis has to go. Pakistan retain their review. And Kamindo Mendis has to go. LBW bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 15. Strike rate 113.63. And Sri Lanka are 123 for 7. Chamira in at number 9 now for Sri Lanka. Dushmanta Chamira, right-handed batsman. He is in at number 9. 8 more deliveries are to be bowled in this match. The current run rate is 6.59. Sri Lanka 123 for 7. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi, left arm around the wicket and driven to mid-on by Chamira, who is off the mark first delivery. Afridi is thrown the ball from the fielder, and he tries to run out Chamira at the non-striker's end, but he is not in time, and it looks like he got hit on the tips of the finger trying to take that catch. but he seems to be able to continue. Final delivery of his fourth over, driven straight to cover, and the throw is coming in. Is that a direct hit? Doesn't look like it. Sri Lanka take a single while the bails at the non-strikers and light up again. No, it looks like it's just another single, and Sri Lanka end the 19th on 125 for 7. 1:33 now, the ESPN Crick Info forecast, having Pakistan as 73% favorites. Who will bowl the 20th over? I think it. Looking at the bowling options that Pakistan still have, probably Hossain Talat. He has bowled 3 overs. He should have one in the tank, but no, it's Haris Rauf, the most expensive bowler thus far for Pakistan, is going to bowl the 20th over of Sri Lanka's innings. The umpire is making the sign, but I don't know why, because that is generally to denote the next power play. In comes Haris Rauf, right arm over the wicket, and that is not where Karunaratne wanted that to go. He was looking for a lofted off drive. He gets the outside edge and it flies over the fielder at fine leg, finds the boundary behind square. At third man, flies over third man and finds the boundary behind the wicket. 129 for 7. Karunaratne, 14 of 18 suddenly. In comes Haris Rauf, and Karunaratne is trying to play a helicopter shot to the Yorker that Haris Rauf bowls him. But the keeper has been paying attention and stops it before it can run back towards fine leg. There is a review signaled by the umpire, but I don't know why. Have they appealed for LBW? I think they have appealed for LBW. Yes, apparently they have appealed for LBW against Karunaratne inside the 20th over. And we are now seeing Ultra Edge, and scratch that, there is an edge on that one, so no chance of Karunaratne being out LBW. There is an inside edge. Even though it might hit the pads and then run away towards very fine leg, there is no chance of a catch because the keeper took it on the half volley. So 129 for 7, and Pakistan lose their second review in the 20th over. 4 more deliveries left to go. Would be quite fun if there now was a howler that was not given out in the 20th over. Anyway, Haris Rauf, right arm over the wicket, chipped over the bowler but fielded by mid-off, and there is a single. So Karunaratne is off strike. Chamira is now on strike. now we are seeing ball tracking for that potential LBW that was avoided on account of there being an inside edge by Karunaratne. It would have been out if there hadn't been an outside edge on that one, apparently. 130 for 7. In comes Ralph. Again, high into the air by Dushmanta Chamira, and that one is straight down the throat of mid-off. He has to go 170 for 8. 2 more deliveries left, and Sri Lanka are 130 for 8. He has to go caught Aga Salman, bowled Haris Rauf for 1. Strike rate of 50. And the forecast from ESPN Cricinfo is still 133. I wasn't expecting them to actually get to 130 at certain points in the innings, but they have managed it. And if they could now actually slog 2 sixes, that would make it 142 and almost par, I think. But that would be absolutely weird. That would be absolutely weird if they could now make it 142. That would be yeah. I mean, it would be a very Pakistan way to bowl a 20th over. Take a wicket and immediately concede 2 sixes. Would be Pakistan. Don't know. So, Tikshana is in. And I don't think he got a bat on that one. It goes through to the keeper. The non-striker, Karunaratne, set off very, very early. The keeper takes it. And while Tikshana is about a quarter of the way down the wicket, the keeper has thrown down the stumps, but the non-striker seems to be safe, because the bat, I think the bat is grounded once behind the crease, and Tikshana has all the time in the world basically to leisurely jog to the non-striker's end. It is indeed a leg by. He is off the mark, and Karunaratne is facing the final delivery, bowled by Haris Rauf. Right arm over the wicket, pulled and fielded at deep mid-wicket, and they have made a couple of runs off the final delivery. So 133 for 8 after 20 overs are Sri Lanka. The forecast from ESPN Cricinfo was pretty on point from, I think, around the 16th over out. From the 16th over onwards, the forecast was around 130, 132, 133. So they ended on 133. Pakistan obviously still favorites. Highlights of the innings for Sri Lanka, definitely a 50 from Kamindu Mendis, but a commendable, what was it? Where is he? Jared Asalanka made 20 of 19. Kamindu Mendes, that was the 50 of 44. Karunaratne, after looking very, very slow, accelerated towards the back end of his innings, 17 of 21 in the end. But in the context of what the other Sri Lankan batsman made, that was kind of an okay innings to shield the tail a bit there. Pick of the bowlers for Pakistan is Shaheen Shah Afridi, he took 3 wickets. And then 2 each for Haris Rauf and Hussain Talat. Abra Ahmed took the wicket of Wanindu Hasaranga and might actually look for a bit of a fine probably for send-off and mocking and maybe even demerit points, because he was imitating Hasaranga's wicket celebration there when he dismissed him. Haris Rauf, who bowled the 20th over, he can pull back his economy rate quite a bit, so he doesn't end it on 10.66 where it was after 3, I think. He ends it with 9.25. So Pakistan need 134 runs to keep their hopes of reaching the final alive. And there is quite a job to do in front of the Sri Lankan bowling attack. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. I don't think there is anything new. Okay, I will take a short break for the innings break, and I will be back with you in a few minutes with the chase. 134, the target required for Pakistan. See you in a bit. And we are back. Welcome back to the Asia Cup. Better this way. Welcome back to the 15th match of the Asia Cup between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka were put into bat first by Pakistan. They made 133. So 134, the target for Pakistan now in this must-win match for both teams if they want to keep their chances of getting to the final alive. Both teams have lost their first match of the Super Fours. Pakistan against India and Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. And we are ready to get underway, and I can, good news for all Pakistan fans watching this, because Saim Ayub is, other than on the team sheet, or in contrast to the team sheet, he is not opening. He was at number 2 on the team sheet. He is not at number 2. Who is facing the first delivery? It is... Oh, come on. Show me who is on. It's Farhan. Farhan is facing the first delivery. Tushara is opening the bowling for Sri Lanka. And now Fakhar Zaman is on a strike. He is at number 2 for Pakistan. Pakistan off the mark of the first delivery. 1 without loss. Target is 134. Yes, I told you, Saim Ayub, he made, I think, five ducks as an opener in his last 5 T20 international innings. So in the last match, he was pushed down the order to number 3, where he played a fine, perfectly adequate innings. In comes Tushara, left arm over the wicket to the right, left-handed Fakhar, who can not get the ball off the square towards the offside, and there is no run. Tushara, one of those Sri Lankan bowlers with a very pronounced round arm action. We are seeing the field now, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward, deep backward square leg, short fine leg, short third, deep backward point cover, and mid-off for the left-handed Fakhar Zaman. Sorry for the disconnection. Apparently, Fakhar Zaman made a couple of runs here. So, Pakistan move on to 3 without loss of 0.3 overs. I'm seeing replays, but I think I missed 1 or 2. Yes, I missed delivery, but that seems to have been another dot ball. Fakhar Zaman stays on strike. In comes Tushara, full toss that is played out to mid-on by Fakhar Zaman. They take another single. Pakistan 4 without loss after 0.5 overs. Target still 134, and at least in this first over of the innings, basically, Pakistan are not going along as fast as they would probably want to do, because, reminder, their net run rate is currently worse than that of Sri Lanka. And that means Pakistan are last in the group. Bangladesh has a higher run rate than net run rate than Pakistan. And another dot ball to end the first over. Bangladesh have a positive run rate, net run rate. Pakistan have the worst run rate in the Super Fours at this point in time. So they they were probably looking to end it early here tonight, just to recover a bit on the net run rate front. It might actually turn out to be important for them in their quest to reach the final. But let's see if anyone is with us. Reminder, if you are watching this live on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, you can always use the chat, the YouTube chat, to, well, ask questions, make your predictions or something like that. Can Pakistan win here? Can they chase these 134 that they have been set by Sri Lanka? Thus far, the Sri Lankan bowlers are keeping the Pakistan bats relatively quiet. We do have Chamira now in for Sri Lanka, and he starts with another dot ball. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Fakhar Zaman, who can only guide that one out towards point. And there is again no run. 5 dots have been played out by Pakistan thus far in the innings that now consists of 6 deliveries that have been bowled. So, cause for concern for Pakistan here, not really yet, but the pressure will mount. They will need to find some boundaries. The required run rate is creeping up towards 7, and the current run rate is at 3. Let's see what Chamira can do here. In he comes, right arm over the wicket still to Fakhar Zaman, and he seems to have been pinged on the helmet. There is an appeal for a catch at cover from the Sri Lankans, because I think they believe that there is also bat involved, that Fakhar Zaman gets a top edge that goes onto his helmet, pings up into the air, flies off into the offside, and is there taken with a diving catch, while I think the Pakistan physio is out. Oh, I don't think that there is bat involved as I'm seeing the replay, but I can see why Sri Lanka might have thought there was bat involved, while Fakhar Zaman apparently I think he's going through concussion protocol. We are now seeing ultra edge. There is no edge on ultra edge. There's no spike on ultra edge denoting an edge or indicating an edge. Flat line as the ball passes the bat, and Sri Lanka lose their first review in the second over of the match. Fakhar Zaman remains not out, as we are seeing that bouncer again. That is very, very well aimed, right on the noggin of Fakhar Zaman. Still concussion protocol going through it all, and Fakhar Zaman is not looking very, very happy. Also takes quite a bit of time this time. Some of the other concussion protocols were done in a relatively short time. This one is taking quite some time. Now there is Kusan Mendes, who is inquiring probably about how Fakhar Zaman is feeling. He is in conversation now. There's a lot of Sri Lankan fielders coming in. Wanindu Hasaranga giving Fakhar Zaman a high five there, who is now on his knees. Now he's getting up again. Who is that? That looks like Wanindu Hasaranga again. And no, there is a new helmet coming out for Fakhar Zaman. And I think he will continue. Well, the replacement helmet doesn't have stem guards on it yet. And the staff member who is bringing out this new helmet has, in one hand has the helmet, in the other hand the stem guards still in the plastic packaging, and they will have to be installed. And well, there are some very dreary looking Pakistan fans in the shot in the stands. Well, let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube. Remember, if you're listening, let me know, what do you think? Can Pakistan chase this down? Can they chase this down in a reasonable time frame? 15 overs is probably what they are aiming for. Their net run rate after the India match was, I think, negative 0.69, something like that. Takes a bit of time for Fakhar Zaman to get all his protective equipment back on. Chamika and Chamira in conversation now. The Pakistan physio is still out there talking to the batsman. There is also an umpire standing with them, as we are now seeing again some replays of that bouncer from Chamira that clocked Fakhar Zaman, who is now back on strike. He is on 3 of 7. Farhan at the other end is on 1 of 2. Chamira figures of none for none from 0.3 overs. Tomorrow, India versus Bangladesh. India will be firm favorites in that one. They have not yet lost any matches in the competition, and to be honest, they have never been tested really in this tournament thus far, and that one goes through Fakhar Zaman, and there is again no run. 1.4 overs gone. Is that again the bouncer? No, that is the last delivery where Chamira actually sneaks one through the gate of Fakhar Zaman. As I said, through him, and there is no run. Pakistan remain on 4 without loss. 1.4 overs gone. In comes Chamira again. There is a slip in place. Fakhar Zaman stacking back towards leg, looking to give himself room and slice him over backward point, misses it, and there is no run. Final delivery of Chamira's first over coming up now. As we are seeing the scorecard from Sri Lanka, 133 for 820 overs, 7 extras. High score of 50 from Kamindu Mendes, who made a 50, then got out He was out. LBW bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was the pick of the bowlers. So, the best bowler for Pakistan dismisses Sri Lanka's best batsman. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. And again, Fakhar Zaman is stepping back to leg, looking to give himself room. This time mistimes a pull to mid-wicket, but there is no protection out there for Chameera. So, first boundary of the innings for Pakistan. 4 runs of the second over. Pakistan are 8 for no loss. The current run rate is 4 exactly, and the required run rate is 7 exactly. Let's have a look. If anyone is with us, doesn't look like it. No new chat messages. But again, if you're watching, please consider sending me a chat. Makes it all the more enjoyable. Otherwise, it is just me screaming into this void of my camera lens in front of me, which is over my, oh, what's going on here? Which is mounted on top of my screen, I was going to say, but I think Fakhar Zaman is in a bit of trouble. He is bent over. The physio has come out again. He is that stretching what he is trying to do there? Stretching his lower back, maybe. I'm sorry. I think there is a cricket sitting in front of my window. Anyway, Tushara continues, and that is the first 6 of the innings. Farhan, who is facing that first delivery of Tushara, he gets a hold of one and he goes big over, long on. First 6 of the innings, and Pakistan move on to 14 for 6 for no loss. Sorry, 14 for no loss. On to 14 with the 6. In comes Tushara again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is chipped too long on, and there is another single, bringing Fakhar back onto strike. 15 without loss, 2.2 overs gone. And I think this is probably the plan for Pakistan. 1 boundary and then rotate the strike for it. If you, as long as you hit 1 boundary in an over and rotate the strike for the other deliveries, that's probably gonna be fine up until the, I don't know, 15th over or something like that, and then you slog it at the death. In comes Tushara again, right arm, round arm over the wicket, and Fakhar clips one off his legs. Another single, 16 without loss. Tushara with figures of none for 12. The equation for Pakistan now 118 to win off 105 deliveries. Farhan is on strike. He is 8 of 4. Fakhar Zaman at the other end, 8 of 11. In comes Tushara. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Farhan. Smoked over, long off. This time another 6 in the over. Pakistan 22 without loss. And that means we now have 14 runs of the third over thus far. What was the score for Sri Lanka after the power play? 43 for... somewhere around 50 for 3, something like that. In comes Tushara again. 2 more deliveries left in the over. In he comes, and this one is driven through cover by Farhan, and he finds the boundary. Not a 6 this time, it's a 4. And Pakistan are 26 without loss after 2.5 overs. So that means 18 runs of the over now. Nuwan Tushara concedes 18 runs of the first 5 deliveries of his second over. And Pakistan are accelerating, and suddenly they are ahead of the required run rate again. Final delivery coming up. In he trots, right arm over the wicket, and bouncer, and Farhan ducks under that one. It's taken by Kusal Mendes behind the stumps. There is no run. Pakistan 26 after 3. Current run rate 8.66. The required run rate 6.35. Zaibzada Farhan on 18 of 7. Fakhaz Rahman, who has been clocked on the head earlier in the innings, on 8 of 11. And looks like Sri Lanka are going to spin early. Pakistan only bowled pace during the power play, but Sri Lanka are sending in some off breaks from Tikshana to bowl the 4th over. Let's see. Nathan is saying India is dominating at T20 since the last World Cup. I think they have only lost 1 match to South Africa. Yeah. George Linde had a hell of a game with bat and ball. Yeah, that you might actually be right. Yeah. And I mean, India have been a world apart from all the other teams in this competition here. And whatever match they play, they will be firm favorites. Pakistan they will really need to win this one here. Because their batting lineup can be a bit fragile, and the Bangladeshis have been pretty good. They have beaten this Sri Lanka team in the Super Fours. Granted, they profited from Afghanistan having a bit of a shocker in the group stage against Bangladesh, but then again Sri Lanka had a shocker in the Super Fours against Bangladesh. So Bangladesh definitely with the belief in themselves in this tournament here. In comes Tikshana, and this one is played out to cover, aerially fielded in the deep, and there is, I think, is there a single? Let's have a look. No, there's nothing. Oh, there is a single. Yes, Fakhar Zaman is back on strike. Okay, now the graphic has changed. Pakistan 28 without loss. Fakhar Zaman is on strike. in comes Tikshana, and Fakar is stepping away to the leg side, and he is missing that delivery. The delivery is missing the stumps, and Kusal Mendes also misses it, and I would say that is a missed stumping chance because Fakazaman is actually dancing down the pitch, and Kusal Mendes missed a stumping, and instead there are 4 buys to the Pakistani cause. 32 without loss, 3.5 overs gone to win 102 of 97. In comes Tikshana again, cut away to deep backward point by Fakhar Zaman, and that is a 4, and Pakistan end the 4th over on 36 without loss. Yeah, that is insult to injury. First 4 buys, and that is absolutely on Kusal Mendes in that case. Because he sees that Tikshana is bowling an arm ball or maybe even a doosra. He is going towards the leg side, but not far enough, and just misses the stumping chance as Fakhar Zaman plays all around that delivery, as Tikshana is also pulling his line down the leg side. Fakhar Zaman is now on 13 or 14, but the Sri Lankans really would like a breakthrough here, just to get a shot at maybe Saim Ayub, who was okay at number 3 against India, but who has not been in form in T20s. The 5 innings before that, where he made five ducks, 3 of them golden, and then he kind of found a bit of form. The next duck was of 2 deliveries, and the 5th one of 3 deliveries, something like that. As Chamira is back, and first delivery is a dot ball, and the second delivery is a heave over mid wicket from Farhan, but it is way too high and it dies before it reaches the boundary. It is fielded by 2 Sri Lankans, one backing up the other, and Pakistan have to physically run for their 3 runs here. So fielding by Sri Lanka saves them 1 run. Pakistan 39 without loss after 4.2 overs. Looking at the worm graphic on ESPN Crick Info, Pakistan are exactly where Sri Lanka were at the same time, just below 40. They have lost no wickets thus far, though. Sri Lanka had already lost 2 at this stage of the innings, and the required run rate is now pretty much 6. They need 95 of 94. Fakhar Zaman taking strike again. In comes Chamira, right arm over the wicket, and Fakhar Zaman mistimes 1 to mid on, and there is no run. So 39 without loss still, 14 dots in the innings thus far. Sri Lanka want the breakthrough though. Get a new batsman in, slow down the scoring rate. they would probably prefer to get Farhan, who is on 22 of 12, and not Fakhar, who is on 13 of 15. In comes Chamira, pulled to deep backward square leg, where there is Wanindu Hasaranga fielding it, and the Pakistanis have run another couple of runs, so 41, 4.4 overs gone. Yeah, they definitely want Farhan. Because even though Fakhar Zaman passed the concussion protocol and is continuing to bat, he seems a bit rattled thus far. There are some uncharacteristically mistimed shots from him. I think the one the Sri Lankans want is his batting partner Farhan, who is going along at quite a nice clip, in contrast to Fakhar, who can only cut one out to point. There is no run. Final delivery of the 5th over coming up. And Fakhar Zaman is taking quite a lot of time to retake his guard. We do have a slip and a leg slip here in place for Fakhar Zaman. There is a backward point. There is point and cover. And this one is lofted out over point and backward point are running after it. It is higher than it is long, and it therefore dies after hitting the outfield. And Pakistan have taken a couple of runs. So 43 without loss, 7 runs of the 5th over for Pakistan. Let's see if anyone is with us. Scoring comparison in the first 5 overs, Sri Lanka made 39 for 2 and Pakistan have now made 43. In the following 5 overs, so from number 6 to number 10, Sri Lanka made 31 and lost 3 wickets. So Pakistan basically 4 runs ahead at this stage of the match, of the innings. Sri Lanka need to take some wickets because now Fakhar is looking like he is finding his rhythm. He moved on to 17 of 18 while Farhan at the other end, and he is now on strike, is on 22 of 12 as Tikshana is coming back for an over, and he drives aerially over long on, but there is a fielder and the Pakistanis can only run a quick couple of runs. So 45 for 1. Farhan is hitting straight here, and it's not all against Sri Lanka, I think. They were showing several replays, but he has only hit 2 sixes thus far, Farhan. Anyway, Tikshana to continue. 3rd delivery of the 6th over, Pakistan 45 without loss. In he comes again, and this one is played out to cover. There is no run. He was looking to loft that over cover, mistimes it, and oh no! He doesn't take it on the bounce. He's out. Yes, indeed. Farhan is out. Zaibzada Farhan caught Mendes bowled Tikshana 24, strike rate of 160. And that is exactly what Sri Lanka wanted, and it is the batsman they wanted to get. He is the danger man of these two openers in this innings, I think. Pakistan still favorites in this match. They are 86.53% favorites according to Cricinfo. And I think that should bring Saim Ayub out into the middle. Yes, indeed. Rubab is saying, I will be brave and predict England to do well. McCullum seems to bring the most aggressive form of cricket. Yeah, well, probably. But England will be... It's going to be a far side of the world kind of winter for England this year. So first there's the white ball stuff against New Zealand, and they might actually do pretty well in white ball stuff against New Zealand, but yeah, they're not going to win the Ashes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rubab. They're not going to win the Ashes down under. Last time they won a test match in Australia was in 2011. That was the New Year's test at the SCG in 2011. As we are seeing replays of Tikshana's first wicket of the innings, and Saim Ayub is off the mark first delivery. Pakistan 46 for 1, 5.4 overs gone. Fakhar Zaman stepping back to leg, giving himself room, and now he is out. He is out, caught Wanindu Hasaranga at cover, and Pakistan have now lost their two openers in quick succession. 46 for 2, 5.5 overs gone, and Fakhar Zaman has to go. 17 of 19 as he is stepping back. He gets the toe end off the bat, and Wanindu Hasaranga makes a very good one-handed diving catch to his right. And he is not celebrating in his usual way. He is folding his arms and sending him off after Abra Ahmed earlier in the night imitated his celebration that he usually does with something like that. Sanath Jayasuriya, the Sri Lankan head coach, sitting there stone faced. He's not emoting ever. I think he is unreadable, and that brings the Pakistan captain out into the middle at 4. Salman Agha is out in the middle. He is in at 4. Salman Ali Agha, he is on strike. In comes Tikshana for his final delivery of his 6th over. He has taken 2 for 9, both wickets falling in this over here, and clip into the leg side by Salman Agha. And have they run a couple? Yes, they did, because after that spectacular catch from Wanindu Hasaranga, he now is a bit late on that ball that was running along the ground. He throws himself over it, misses it though, too late, rolls through under him, is picked up in the deep though, and the batsmen have run a couple. So, end of the 6th over. 48 for 2. 5 runs and 2 wickets. Pakistan are still ahead of the required run rate. Those 2 quick wickets, though, that has probably given them a bit of pause, and Sri Lanka are now going back to spin, this time in the guise of Wanindu Hasaranga, or in the shape of Wanindu Hasaranga, who is now going to bowl some leg breaks. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Saim Ayub, and he is pulled to deep backward point, and there is a single. 49 for 2. So the Sri Lankans are looking to slow down the scoring rate, and they have some pretty good spin in their arsenal. As I said, this is not a bad bowling attack. In comes Hasaranga, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Salman Aga, and this one is blocked out into the offside. There is no run. As we are seeing a replay of that pretty spectacular Fakhar Zaman catch. In he comes again. Single out to point as Salman pushes Wanindu Hasaranga out into the offside. 50 is up for Pakistan. 50 for 2. And Saim Ayub is now back on strike. Can he continue to redeem himself? No, he cannot, because Wanindu Hasaranga is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Saim Ayub, and that is a big leg break. And Saim Ayub misjudges the turn, he misjudges the line, he misjudges the turn, is beaten on the outside edge, and his off stump is knocked backwards. Boing, there goes the stump, as Saim Ayub is looking to defend that out into the onside. Pakistan are 50 for 3 because Saim Ayub is out. Bowled Hasaranga for 2 of 3 deliveries, 66.6 his strike rate. And exactly what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka. Pakistan are still ahead of the run rate, but now they have lost 3 top order wickets, and you can't always bank on your lower order or your tail to slog a few, especially because on the worm graphic they are currently behind where Sri Lanka were on at the same time in their innings. And they have now also lost 3 wickets as well, which is exactly what Sri Lanka had done at this stage in their innings. Hussain Talat is in at 5. Hasaranga still has 2 deliveries left in his first over to bowl. He has figures of 1 for 2 now. Let's see what Hussain Talat has done. 21 matches, high score of 63, average 22.5. As we are seeing replays of Saim Ayub's dismissal. Yeah, that was a pretty good leg spinner from Wanindu Hasaranga there. He had Saim Ayub play inside the line, misjudging the spin, and then having his off stump taken out. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube. I think I'm up to date on the live chat. As always, if you are watching this, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm hoping to do one match. I think maybe on Friday. I think that's an interesting one. I don't think I can do tomorrow. Anyway, Wanindu Hasaranga continues, and Hussein Talat is unable to do anything with that one. He is looking to play it out into the offside. There is a bit of a discussion if Sri Lanka should review that or if there is bet involved. And I think, no, they are not going for the review. So, Pakistan remain on 50 for 3 after 6.5 overs. We are seeing replays now. Oh, he didn't get bat onto that one, but it would have probably gone down the leg side. Next one is bat on ball though, but it's a defensive shot and there is no run. 7 overs gone, 50 for 3. Pakistan. Hussein Talat on 0 of 2 and Salman Aga on 3 of 3. Pakistan 50 for 3. They are currently ahead of the run rate, that is of the required run rate, but they are behind where Sri Lanka were at this stage in their innings. And it would be quite fun if Wanindu Hasaranga would be able to take Abra Ahmed's wicket later in the piece and then basically get back his wicket celebration that Abra Ahmed copied or stole earlier in Sri Lanka's innings when he dismissed Wanindu Hasaranga. But first it is captain against captain. Charit Asalanka is in for Sri Lanka. He is bowling some off breaks and it's a single to start for the over. 51 for 3. So now Hussein Talat is facing the Sri Lankan captain Charit Asalanka. In he comes, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and this one is defended back towards the bowler who feels it, falls over as Salman Aga is wandering out of his crease, and I don't know if I wouldn't have appealed for obstructing the field there. Anyway, there is a single of the next delivery into the offside by Hussein Talat, and now Salman Aga is back on strike. So it is captain against captain again. In comes Charit Asalanka, and he stays right arm around the wicket, even to the right-hander, who plays one out to cover. There is a single taken. 53 for 3, 7.4 overs gone. The target, as I said, is 134. Or may I remind you, is 134. 2 more deliveries for Charit Asalanka in his 5th over. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, cut by Hussein Talat, and this one finds the boundary at deep backward point. 57 for 3. This is the 4th 4 of the innings. There were 2 sixes thus far, both of which were hit by Farhan, the opener. Final delivery defended into the offside by Hussein, but fielded by, I think that's Wanindu Hasaranga running in from cover. There is no run. So Pakistan 57 for 3 after 8 overs, 7 runs coming from off the first over. The Sri Lankan captain Charit Asalanka has bowled. Hussain Talat on 5 of 6, Salman Aga 5 of 5, Charit Asalanka 1 over, no wicket, 7 runs, and Wanindu Hasaranga 1 over, 1 wicket and 2 runs. Pakistan needs 77 of 72. Hasaranga is back in, and there is an appeal for LBW, and the Afghan umpire is thinking about it for 1.5 seconds. Up goes the finger. Now the Pakistani batsmen are out in the middle and talking to each other. Salman Aga is the batsman on strike, and he is talking to his batting partner Hussain Talat, and with 3 seconds on the DRS timer, 3 seconds on the clock, they have decided to review this LBW decision, as we are seeing a replay, and there is no bat involved. There is no bat involved. He is hit low on the front pad in front of middle stump, and if anything, that delivery straightens a bit, and he, I think, is in deep trouble. We are now seeing the Ultra Edge replay. There is a flat line as the ball passes the bat. There is a big clump of spikes as it thunders into the front pad, and there are Pakistani fans sitting in the stands and doing this here, but no, there is the Hawkeye ball tracking. It is pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets, and the original decision has been out. No umpire's call involved in that one, and Salman Ali Aga has to go for 5. He's out. LBW bowled Hasaranga, and Pakistan are 57 for 4 now. The worm graphic on ESPN Cricket Info, they're very, very close. They are very, very close together. Pakistan a bit behind where Sri Lanka were at this stage in their innings. Pakistan have been ahead for a bit around the 4th and 5th overs, but they are now falling behind where Sri Lanka were at this stage in their innings. Haris Rauf is the new batsman. He is coming in at number 6 for Pakistan, and Wanindu Hasaranga has figures of 2 for 2 from 1.1. It's Muhammad Haris. Sorry, not Haris Rauf. 57 for 4 Pakistan. They are still ahead of the run rate, but definitely not as comfortably as they were earlier in their innings. In comes Wanindu Hasaranga, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Muhammad Haris, and there is a single that is stopped by long off. This might get tense. This might get tense. The Pakistani fans in the stand are making pained expressions. Too often they have seen something like that from their team, probably, while the Sri Lankan fans are getting a bit chirpy again. Another single, and in comes Wanindu Hasaranga. 4th delivery is another single, so Pakistan unable to find the boundary, but they are rotating the strike. And there's a bit of spice in this matchup ever since the what was it called? The trophy in Sri Lanka, the Nidahas trophy. Ever since then, when the that wasn't Pakistan. That was but this might actually turn into the Nidahas trophy moment. Abra Ahmed stealing Wanindu Hasaranga's wicket celebration. Let's see. That might actually be the motivation for Wanindu Hasaranga and the rest of the Sri Lankan team to pull out a blinder of a performance here. 9 overs gone. And let's see if anyone is with us on YouTube. Reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, use the chat, like the stream, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Pakistan 60 for 4 after 9 overs. I would like to see on the screen here the comparison between... I guess they will do it after this over because, they did it for the first 5 overs and they will do it after this one. I'll have a look. Karuna Ratne gets an over. In he comes, pace bowler, right arm over the wicket to Mohammad Haris, and there is a couple of runs to mid-wicket. And Pakistan move on to 62 for 9. For 4, obviously, not for 9. 62 for 4. Couple of wickets. Couple of runs. Sorry. After 9.1, yes. Karuna Ratne coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is a dab out to point by Mohammad Haris, and Hossain is back on strike. 63 for 4 after 9.2. The equation now is 71 of 64, so the required run rate is climbing quite a bit. Again, it is now 6.46. In comes Karuna Ratne, angles one across Hussain, and that is given as a wide. 64 for 4 after 9.2. Let's have a look at the win prediction. Pakistan is around a 75% favorite here. They were at one stage about 90% favorites. So let's keep that in mind. And Pakistan probably want to win this decisively and very, very soon, because they need to keep an eye on their net run rate, which is the worst in the group. Karuna Ratne, bad decision trying to bounce Hussain, and there is another wide, this time on height. In he comes again, and this one is sliced over cover, and there is a boundary in it. They are running because there is a fielder, but I think the fielder realized that he was crashing into the boundary rope. Don't think there is a need really to check on a video if that is a boundary or not. It's going high into the air, and the fielder is A little bit too late. No, he is not too late. He just misses it, slides over it, and it hits the boundary. That is, yeah. That's not good fielding from Sri Lanka here. So Hussein moves on to 10 of 10, 69 for 4, 9.3 overs gone. Next delivery from Karunaratne, who has figures of none for 9. That one is guided out towards third man. Throw comes in from the outfield. Mendes takes off the bails, but Harris is safe. 70 up for Pakistan, 70 for 4 after 9.4 overs. 64 of 62 to win. Sri Lanka really need a quick 2 wickets, maybe 2 or 1 or 2 after the drinks break, which is coming up after this over, might put a spanner in the works for Pakistan as Harris plays one out to point where it is fielded. There is no run. Karunaratne figures of none for 10 from his 5 deliveries he has bowled this evening so far. Harris on strike. Final delivery of the over coming up. In comes Karunaratne and smashed towards a deep backward point. And Pakistan have run a single, 71 for 4 after 10. Hussein on 11 of 11. Harris on 6 of 6. Karunaratne figures of none for 11. And that is the drinks break. And I will be with you in just a few moments. And we are back from the drinks break. Pakistan need 63 more runs of 60 deliveries. They are currently 71 for 4 after 10 overs. Tomorrow, India versus Bangladesh. We are seeing the announcement, but I haven't seen the direct comparison yet. They have not shown that. Maybe they will do it now. No, they won't, because we are seeing that Tikshana is at his mark. He has the ball in hand now. So Sri Lanka are going back to some off breaks. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And there is a single taken by Mohammad Haris. 72 for 4. And Hussain Talat is on strike. We are seeing Wanindo Hasaranga in the field as Hussain Talat is taking strike, the left-hander. Tikshana is continuing right arm over the wicket, and this one is pushed out towards point. There is a quick throw in from the fielder towards the bowler in an attempt to run Hussain Talat out at the non-striker's end. It is unsuccessful though. Pakistan 73 for 4, 10.2 overs gone. In comes Tikshana again, but this time it is overpitched. It's in the slot, and Mohammad Haris lofts him over long off one bounce about 15 centimeters inside the ropes. That's 4 runs for Pakistan. And they are 77 for 4 now. The the win probability is creeping back towards the middle of the 80s. I think, because the run rate is now exactly 6, the required run rate. 78 for 4 after 10.4 overs. The Asian Cricket Council is probably licking their lips at the moment, because they might actually get the dream outcome in terms of well, basically advertising a revenue, because they need Pakistan to win this to keep the hopes of a Pakistan-India final alive. But no more boundaries in the 11th over, just 3 singles to finish it out. And that means that Pakistan end the 11th on 80 of 4 for 4. 9 runs of the 11th over. Mohammad Haris 13 of 10 and Hussain Talat 13 of 13. The required run rate is 6, and the current run rate is 7.16 overall, but over the last 5 overs, it's been around 6.4. So, a few big overs in the power play when Pakistan were ahead of Sri Lanka in terms of runs scored and, well, also wickets lost. Mohammad Haris is taking guard, and Dushmanta Chamira is bowling, and he has him bowled. Off stump is hit, and Pakistan are 80 for 5. First delivery of the 12th over. Did Dushmanta Chamera just break this game open again after there were basically some... Oh no, it's middle stump that is hit, but the bails fly everywhere. Anyway, he is out bowled and he's out clean bowled. Mohammad Haris has to go 13 of 11 bowled Chamera. Has Dushmanta Chamera broken this game open again, cracked this game open again after early on Pakistan, during most of Sri Lanka's innings, to be fair, Pakistan seemed to be in absolute control, and then during the power play, the hope for Sri Lanka seemed to fade even further. A few quick wickets, and the scoring rate was packed back by the bowling attack from Sri Lanka. And now Pakistan have lost 5 wickets. And in at number 7 is Mohammad Nawaz. And well, the scoring rates on this track have been rather low for both teams. So maybe Shaheen Shah Afridi, who rescued Pakistan in at least one match, if I remember correctly, when he made 30, which was among the better scores in that innings for Pakistan. Maybe the sloggers are a bit, or can be negated a bit by the Sri Lankan bowling attack in this one. If so, Pakistan might actually be in trouble here, as Mohammad Nawaz can only block one out into the offside here, as Chamera bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mohammad Nawaz. There is no run, and any pressure the Sri Lankan bowling attack can build now here in this phase of the match might actually induce some errors in the Pakistani batting down the line, which might prove catastrophic. Dushmanta Chamera continues to angle deliveries across Mohammad Nawaz, right arm over the wicket to the left armour, and he is looking to entice him into angling his bat outside his off stump. Keeper Kusal Mendes is standing very, very far outside the off stump and is ready for any top edge that Mohammad Nawaz might produce here to this bowling of Chamera, who is who looks really, really fired up. Now he is changing to around the wicket to Mohammad Nawaz, who guides him down to third man, where it is fielded in the deep, and the Pakistani batsman can rotate the strike again. So Mohammad Nawaz is off the mark, 1 of 3. Hussain Talat on 13 of 13 is now on strike. 2 more deliveries left in the over. The speeds of Dushmanta Chamera in this over have been mid 130s, low 140s, ranging from 136 to 141. Banged into the track on a length. There is quite a lot of bounce. Hussain is looking to play a swivel pull, misses it, and Kusal Mendes can't believe how much bounce Dushmanta Chamera is getting here. There is no run. Pakistan remain on 81 for 5 after 11.5 overs. Now we are seeing the overall record for the power plays and stuff like that in the Asia Cup for Pakistan. That's a bit, I don't know. Jamira to Talat, inside edge, and that evades the stumps. He's playing that. He gets an inside edge high on the bat. It doesn't hit his wicket. There is a fielder coming around from a backward square leg, fielding that. The Pakistani batsmen run a single, and there are 2 runs and 1 wicket coming off the over. Pakistan 82 for 5. "12 overs gone, 6 extras. Let's see if anyone is with us over on YouTube. Ruab is saying he's waving, then he's saying Dickie Bird has died age 90. Yes, he has. Sadly, one of the very, very iconic English umpires that from the late 70s up until the 90s, Dickie Bird umpired matches. Iconic in the 81 Ashes, and there is a very, very strong appeal for LBW as Tikshana is bowling out. He is bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and I think it's not given out on the field. No, it is not. Sri Lanka have reviewed it though, and he misses it. And it hits him on the thigh pad, on the back leg though. Might be going down leg. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay. We are now seeing it pitching in line. Impact is umpire's call on leg stump, and it is sliding down leg. That is a lost review for Sri Lanka, and a leg bye for Pakistan. 82 for 5 now. Just a second. I think there is a cricket in here somewhere. Oh well. Tikshana is continuing. Dot ball as Pakistan have moved on to 83 for 5. We are seeing replays of the ball tracking. Yorkshire after this over. In comes Tikshana again, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Mohammad Nawaz, who mistimes a single to a backward square leg. 84 for 5, 12.3 overs gone. He umpired the in the 81 Ashes, iconic series, obviously, where Dickie Bird, where Dennis Lilly borrowed his head at least one time, and that seemed to give him the authority to do something, to redirect the side screen and stuff like that. Not really a very convincing disguise, I have to say. If you want to hear more about the 81 Ashes, go to kingcricket.co.uk. Friends of the channel, Alex and Dan Liebke, have a podcast there called the Ridiculous Ashes Podcast. They have a series about the 81 Ashes that's very, very funny. It's a cricket comedy podcast, basically. that goes through historical Ashes series and looks at which side is more ridiculous. And I can highly recommend that. Let's have a look what is happening here in our match. Not really much. Another dot ball to end the 13th over, 87 for 3. And Pakistan are now slightly ahead of Sri Lanka again. Pakistan have squandered their, well, they have squandered the chance to stroll to a victory, because the run rate is now climbing again. It is the here we have the score comparison. Sri Lanka were 82 for 6, Pakistan are 87 for 5. So 5 runs ahead of where Sri Lanka were. One more wicket in hand, and Wanindu Hasaranga is given the ball again. He is bowling the 14th. He is bowling to Hussain, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, who finds the fielder at square leg, almost at short leg. Very, very, very short square leg. And there is a single. Mohammad Nawaz is on strike now. He is on 2 of 6, while Hussain at the other end is on 18 of 19. Hasaranga figures of 2 for 6 after 2.1 overs. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and Mohammad Nawaz looks to put down a straight bat in defense, and the ball squirts out into the offside. There is no run. 88 for 5, 13.2 overs, 46 to win of 40. In comes Wanindu Hasaranga again, right arm around the wicket. This time he pitches it up wider outside the off stump, and Mohammad Nawaz drives him to the cover boundary. 4 runs, 92 for 5, 13.3 overs gone. And that is probably not what Wanindu Hasaranga should do. Next delivery, he pulls back his line a bit, but now he is there to be swept, and swept for 4 again. So back-to-back boundaries. 96 for 5 now. No chance for the keeper to do anything about that. In comes Wanindu Hasaranga, squirted out to backward square leg for a single. 97 for 5. Hussain on strike. One more delivery left in the over. Pakistan are back to a required run rate of a runner ball. In comes Hasaranga, defended out into the leg side. There is no run from Hussain. 97 for 5 after 14. Pakistan quite ahead now on where, in comparison to where Sri Lanka were at the same stage. Okay. That was something relatively big flying in front of my face there. Okay. Sorry, that startled me a bit. Yeah, rhubarb. Yeah, cricket. How probably? Yeah, absolutely. But it sounds like a cricket. But something just flew in front of my face, which just startled me, and it's getting a bit colder now. So yeah, I just didn't really expect any bigger flying insects to still be active right now. Anyway, Tushara continues. He bowls right arm over the wicket to Mohammad Nawaz, who cuts him away for a boundary. First delivery, 4 runs for Pakistan. That absolutely helps. That means they are bringing up the triple figures, 101 for 5 now. 33 of 35 required for Pakistan. Run rate is now, the required run rate is now under a runner ball. And Tushara is bowling his third over. Figures of none for 26 for him thus far. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. Guided to deep backward point. Pakistan take only a single. No need to risk it. 102 for 5. Nawaz on 16 of 12. Hussain on 18 of 20. Tushara figures of none for 27 from 2.2 overs. And yeah, Sri Lanka probably needs something like a hat trick here to keep any hope alive. Tushara bowled onto the body of Hussain, pulled single in the leg side for Pakistan, 103 for 5, 14.3 overs gone. 31 of 33 required. Dot balls are only useful for Sri Lanka as pressure multipliers in order to force an error from the Pakistani batsman, one would think here. Another single into the leg side by Mohammad Nawaz, clips it off his hip. 104 for 5, 14.4 overs gone. Tushara, 2 more deliveries. No wickets for him thus far. Tikshana and Hasaranga, the Sri Lankan bowlers that have taken more than one. Chamira with a single. Asalanka unlucky thus far, or unsuccessful thus far, but he has only bowled 1 over in the match up to this point. So 2 more deliveries left in the over. 4 followed by 3 singles thus far, and Tushara banging it in, angling across Hussain, who looks for a savage cut, misses it. It's taken safely by Kusal Mendes behind the stumps. There is no run. So a dot ball for the Sri Lankan bowling attack. 104 for 5, 14.5 overs. 30 of 31. In comes Tushara again, this time to Hussain, who can only squirt it out to backward point. He is looking for a run, but is sent back by his batting partner Mohammad Nawaz at the non-strikers end, and there is no run. 7 runs of the 15th over. Pakistan 104 for 5. So the required run rate is back up to 6. but let's have a look. The run rate over the last 5 overs is 33 for 1, so a run rate of 6.6. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Reminder, if you are watching this on YouTube, please use the YouTube chat and don't forget to like and subscribe. That would really, really help me out. Such a small channel as mine. I will look into what matches of the Asia Cup to cover next. I think might actually be something like the Friday match. I think that's... What's the Friday match? I think I looked it up earlier. What's the Asia Cup on Friday doing? I don't know if I can... I should do the final, shouldn't I? Yeah, I probably should do the final. So that I will do. I will do the final on Sunday, whoever that is, India versus whoever, probably. Quick info is very, very slow again, I think. Oh no, there we are. Tomorrow is India versus Bangladesh. Thursday is Bangladesh versus... It's India versus Sri Lanka. I think if I do the Friday match, depends on whether Sri Lanka win today. If Sri Lanka win today, it could be a live match. If Sri Lanka lose today, it's a dead rubber. So I will do the final, but I don't know if I can do the if I can do the dead rubber, because there's some other stuff I will have to do in the next few days. So yeah. Asalanka is back. He is bowling right arm around the wicket to second over. There is almost a caught and bowled chance for the Sri Lankan captain, but it's a bit too high for him. Single, Pakistan 106 for 5. Almost a caught and bowled. Okay, Asalanka coming in. He has him nailed on the back pad. There might also be a run-out chance, as the Pakistani batsmen are not sure what they are going to do. I don't know who is in danger here. Sri Lanka don't have any reviews remaining for LBW reviews, because they wasted 2 of them already. I think it is Mohammad Nawaz who is in danger of being run out here. And he is in by the length of a bat blade, basically, as there is a lot of confusion going on between the Pakistani batsmen. The umpires have asked for an third umpire review for a run out, which is the usual procedure. But Mohammad Nawaz is safe, but it's a dot ball. So Sri Lanka can't review for LBW. In comes Asalanka, right arm around the wicket, played out to cover by Mohammad Nawaz. Another dot ball. And we are now seeing back ball tracking for that appeal and the following run-out chance. It would have been umpire's call on the wicket, so as the player was not given out on the field, that would have made no difference if Sri Lanka still had a review. 107 for 5, as there is another single for Pakistan to win 27 of 25. Okay. So, final delivery, and Hussein is facing, looking for the lofted on drive, but there is a fielder at long on, and they keep them to another single. 108 for 5 after 16 overs, 4 runs coming from the 16th. Hussein Talat on 21 of 25 and Mohammad Nawaz on 19 of 17. Charat Lanka has bowled 2 overs, none for 11. Nuwan Tushara 3 overs, none for 29. So let's have a look if there is any new messages over on YouTube. No, I don't think so. Yeah, so 4 more overs to go. Wanindu Hasaranga is bowling out. He has figures of 2 for 15. In he comes right arm over the wicket to Hussein Talat, and he is swept for 4. 112 for 5. And yeah, we are in the slog overs now, and Pakistan need a further 20 in 21, and I think that is not enough for the Sri Lankan bowling attack to defend here. In comes Hasaranga down the leg side and guided towards very fine leg where it is fielded, and the Pakistani batsmen have run a couple. 20 to win of 22, and again the required run rate is below 6. Hussein Talat is on strike. He is on 27 of 27. Mohammad Nawaz on the other end is on 19 of 17. Hasaranga, 4 more deliveries in his over. Full and smashed back towards the bowler who fields it. No run, 114 for 5, 16.3 overs gone. Hussein Talat taking guard again. In comes Wanindu Hasaranga, right arm around the wicket. Picked up by Hussein Talat, and this one is lofted over cover. 1 bounce 4. And Pakistan are 118 for 5. They need 16 of 20. They should get a move on though, because their net run rate is really not that good. Single of the 5th delivery. Their run rate is the worst in the group. They will move to 3rd place with this win, I think. So for them, it will be another must-win match against Bangladesh on Thursday, where I probably won't have time to do, probably won't have time to do. Swept but fielded at deep backward point. A single, 120 for 5. And Pakistan need 14 of 18 after 17 overs. Nawaz on 20 and Hussein Talat on 32. Yeah, Sri Lanka need a basically a 3-wicket over here. If they did, Pakistan we might actually see the Pakistani tail. Let's have a look at the scorecard. I think yeah, but that doesn't necessarily help them. They could get Hussein Talat and Muhammad Nawaz out. That would bring Shaheen Shah Afridi and Fahim Ashraf out in the middle. If they get Fahim Ashraf as the 3rd wicket, they still have Shaheen Shah Afridi in, and he can slog. The physio is out again. This time he is giving Hussein Talat some water. There is an interruption in play. The staff are bringing out drinks. Let's see if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like I missed any chat messages. Again, if you are listening, please use the chat. It's much more fun if you are participating, everyone. You can always ask questions and stuff like that. So, and I will, as you might have seen, I will read out the social media messages in between overs. But we seem to have a bit of a problem with cramps. Hussein Talat is on his back and the physio is working on his legs there. Talat is looking visibly exhausted. Are we getting ready to play again? I don't know. It's India versus Bangladesh tomorrow. Bangladesh, in my opinion, already produced a shocker in this tournament by beating Sri Lanka, and I think asking them or expecting them to beat India is quite a bit of an ask, I would say. Just my opinion though, but yeah, no, they're not going to win. India will probably qualify for the final tomorrow. Their net run rate is the best in the group. They will win against Bangladesh. So they will have 4 points. No one can get any more than 4 points. And I think their run rate will be better. As Chamira is continuing, and that one is slashed over point by Muhammad Nawaz, and that is 6 runs, 126 for 5, and the equation has come down to 8 runs required. Of 17, I think. Yes, 8 of 17. 126 for 5 in the 18th over. Mohammad Nawaz is on strike. Over the wicket now for Dushmanta Chamira. Is he? He is talking to the umpire. I think he is coming over the wicket now to the left-handed Mohammad Nawaz. In he comes indeed. And this one is short and on the stumps. Mohammad Nawaz is taking a step back, looking to give himself room to cut that out to backward point, but he misses it. There is no run. Okay. tomorrow India versus Bangladesh. 25th is Pakistan versus Bangladesh, and on the 26th is India versus Sri Lanka. The final is on the 28th. So on Saturday there is a rest day for the teams that will play in the final. Or for one of the teams that will play in the final, because India will play on Friday, and as far as I can tell, Sri Lanka will not be in the final here. Not without a miracle. Dot ball though. Fourth delivery is coming up. Dushmanta Chamira, 1 for 19 of 3.3 overs thus far. 126 for 5 to win 8 of 15. Yeah, and in he comes. Right arm over the wicket and swivel pull from Mohammad Nawaz, and that is a 6 over mid-wicket. Mohammad Nawaz seems to be in a hurry all of a sudden. 132 for 5, 2 more runs needed, 14 deliveries for Pakistan still left in the innings. And yeah, Sri Lanka will not win this. I'm calling it. I am calling it. Sri Lanka will not win. Let's have a look at social media. Nathan saying, glad you're covering some of this tournament. I probably would not have paid it any attention otherwise. Also, I started Wisden on the Ashes. It arrived yesterday. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's... I don't have Wisden on the Ashes, but Wisden is generally a very, very good read, Nathan. It's... And that is a compilation kind of thing. Chamira, right arm over the wicket. Mohammad Nawaz stepping back, squatting basically, looking for a late cut, missing it, no run. Still 2 more runs. Those are from the editorial part of the Wisdens, things on observations of the Ashes. Don't know if there are also the summaries of Ashes games, if they are also in there, or if there is just the editorial content. In comes Chamira, right arm over the wicket and swung over long on by Mohammad Nawaz, and he ends it. Excuse me, he ends it in style with a 6 over long on. Pakistan 138 for 5. They win it in 18 overs by 5 wickets, and that means that Sri Lanka have been eliminated from the Asia Cup after a shocking defeat to Bangladesh in their first match of the Super Fours. Now, a lot less shocking the defeat to Pakistan in their second match of the Super Fours. That means, barring a cataclysmic collapse by India against Bangladesh tomorrow, the match against India on Friday will be an absolutely dead rubber. It will be an absolute dead rubber because India will not lose tomorrow. So India probably one of the teams to play in the final. The Asian Cricket Council is probably hoping for Pakistan to handily beat Bangladesh, because that would mean they had they got the maximum number of India versus Pakistan matches out of this Asia Cup. Once in the group stage, once in the Super Fours, and in the final. Can't ask for more, as the Asian Cricket Council, with an eye on ad revenue for the broadcasts here, I would think. So let's go over some very quick highlights from the second innings. Highest score of the innings is Mohammad Nawaz, who is not out on 38. We have no ducks in this scorecard, which is a very fine effort. Saim Ayub is now falling victim to his to the curse of number 3 after he seemed to have escaped or his lack of form in general speaking, after having been pushed down the order to number 3 after having a shocker of a few matches as opener. He now the lowest score in this Pakistani innings, just for him. Yeah, so let's have a look. In the end, Pakistan cruise home. Mostly Mohammad Nawaz, who was getting a bit antsy in the end and had to finish it quickly. He probably realized that that the net run rate might actually be a factor in the end, and that they shouldn't win it on the final delivery of the match. Pakistan having the worst net run rate after their first game. So pick of the bowlers for Sri Lanka is probably Mahesh Theekshana, who has taken 2 for 24. Wanindu Hasaranga also taking 2, but for 27. So pick of the bowlers is Mahesh Theekshana for me. Economy is just better. The only other wicket that fell was taken by Dushmanta Chamira, Tushara and Karunaratne, too expensive. Charit Asalanka bowled 2 overs, best economy rate in the innings 5.5, but Chamika Karunaratne with an economy of 11, that's a bit much. So Pakistan keep their chances to reach the final of the Asia Cup alive. And yeah, so thank you everyone for watching. I probably will schedule just the final of the Asia Cup. I think that is the only match I will have time to cover. So yeah. Thank you everyone. Keep an eye out on my channel, and I will schedule any live stream so people have a chance to get to get notified of that, even though notifications currently on YouTube are a bit iffy. But if you sub to this channel, like the video, make sure you activate notifications so you will get notified when I schedule the stream. And yeah, please forgive me, but I've been talking for quite some time now. Thank you very, very much, and I will go to bed now. Bye.